All right. I think I'm gonna start on easy. No, this is the same. This is the same engine that Ease Origin used.
Well, Adol, here we are. This is Felghana.
Yeah.
I was hoping we'd get here a little earlier in the day, but I wasn't expecting the waters to be so rough. Still, this place does bring back memories. Hard to believe it's really been 8 years since I left. There's Margot, I always called her Mams, and old Gardner. Not to mention Chester and Elena. I wonder how they're doing after all this time. Oh man, what the hell happened here? This monument's dedicated to the god of safe journeys.
It is, huh?
It's a relic of the old religion, from when people believed that spirits existed even in stuff that wasn't alive.
Yeah.
I just don't get why anyone would deface it like this, though.
I don't know why my... Hold on. I don't know why my stuff is...
Maybe the rumors really are true.
Blinking like this. Give me just a second, though. Give me just a second. Shut that down. Hopefully... Okay, no. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe... Hold on, let me see if maybe getting this closed helps. That's...
What was that? It came from over there.
Hold on.
Hey, wait up, Adol! Damn it, left behind again.
Yeah.
No way. You gotta be kidding me. What the hell are monsters doing in Felghana?
Monsters!
Monsters? What are they doing this close to town? Chester?
All right. There we go. Got him. Yep, rip.
Excuse me.
Yeah, what? Sorry.
Thank you very much for saving me.
Yeah, sorry, I'm married.
You're a traveler, aren't you?
Hey!
Oh,
Are you alright, Adol? Right when you ran off, I got attacked by monsters too. I'd like to know what the hell those things are doing in Felghana. Whoops!
How you doing, Sarah Moon? Yeah, it's just Ease Oath and Felghana, but it's basically Ease 3. I mean, it's not numbered, but it's a replacement for the old game.
I guess they must have been after you. Are you okay, miss?
Yeah, we've got voice acting.
You don't look like you're hurt, at least. Huh? What's wrong? Something on my face? Am I, like, covered in monster gore? We should probably get moving and head to town before we're attacked again. I can't say I recognize your face, but you've got to live in Redmont, I figure.
Dogi? I knew it. I must be dreaming. Dogi, you're actually back.
Nope.
What have you been doing all this
He
time?
talked to the
Hold on a
Genesis
second now.
Wanderers.
You obviously know me, but do I know you?
I don't know what's going on with my bit right there.
How can you even say that? You, me, and my brother used to play together all the time when we were kids. Don't you dare tell me you've forgotten.
Oh, no way! When I last saw you, you were just a skinny little tomboy.
Well, that was 8 years ago. I'm 17 now.
Man, you sure are.
All right, Dogi.
I'm sorry. Where are my manners? It's nice to meet you. And, again, my name is Elena. Elena Stoddart.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, same, honestly. My time, I've wandered everywhere. Around this world, I hope it'd always be there. I mean, that's the thing with Dragon Quest. It sort of gives you kind of an avatar, I guess. And a lot of folks don't really understand that. That it's kind of like I said, avatar storytelling. They pretty much, that's pretty much a habit that a lot of these games picked up from Ultima too. So, especially starting with 4, but even before that, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. It's... Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. I mean... But... And I get what you're saying too, Saber Viper. That... You know, you're basically not really creating a character there. You're basically kind of stepping into the shoes of you know, a hero that kind of the world happens to revolve around. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Not many of them let you steal rations from the food shop while not wearing anything. Ultima 2 did that. And my avatar was the Florida man. Excellent.
Elena, where have you been? You had me worried sick, staying out so late.
There's been a lot of video game protagonists that I wish were silent. Like the like, of course, the Fallout 4 especially, but also the the second dot hack series. I so wish that had a silent protagonist. Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gardner. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Yeah.
I just...
It's okay, Elena. As long as you're all right, we'll pretend this never happened. So, who are your two friends? I don't believe I recognize either one of them.
Look a little closer.
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, there was a series of, what was it, the second series that was remastered for PS4 and Switch and PC is way more, it has more of like an animated plot, and, all right, Stringfellow, take care. Have a good rest.
You'll get it in a second.
Huh?
Hey there, Gardner! Still standing at the gate like always, I see.
Wait! Dogie! Is that really you?
Yeah, I guess I've been a little out of touch. Sorry.
My favorite little troublemaker has come home!
A second, I want to check something. Check something in here real quick. Make sure this is just... I wish I could... I can't see, on the app, you can no longer really see, like, your moment-to-moment network activity anymore. Which is kind of obnoxious. I'm not sure, maybe.
Where have you been all this time? And what have you been up to?
Well, you know, wandering, killing monsters, saving the world. The usual. Anyway, I brought a pal of mine along. Go on, Adol, introduce yourself.
Adol introduced himself to Gardner.
Here's my card.
An adventurer, eh? Well, that's certainly a rarity. But from the looks of that sword on your belt, I can tell you're no amateur.
No, he's quite remarkable. I was attacked by monsters just now, and he came right to my rescue.
Oh.
Is that a fact? Well then, you have my thanks, good sir. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help. That's the problem with gate duty. You miss all the real trouble out in the field.
Oh, gosh. I gotta check something here real quick. Apologies if this gets... a mess, because this is just... This OBS behavior is kind of bugging me right now, and I gotta... I already told you, Elena, I'm married to a goddess! Okay, well, that's weird. It cleared up. I had all these spikes and I guess it was somebody else downloading something. I don't know. Anyway. Stop all the downloading.
Does raise a point worth discussing, though. Why are there monsters here in the first place?
Monsters?
We'd heard rumors that Felghana's fallen on hard times. But I had no idea it'd gotten so bad.
Yeah, things certainly aren't looking up these days.
No.
It's been pretty bad for around a year now. We're rarely visited by anyone anymore as a result. No travelers, no merchants.
Man, that sucks.
Well, it's getting late. You can tell me all about where you've been and what you've done come morning.
Yeah.
For now, you should head on in and get some sleep. I bet you're exhausted.
Yeah. I am exhausted after what I've been through. Thank you. The voices are kind of, I don't know. Not sure if I like the voices or if I like doing them more. I think I like doing voices more in these games like this.
This
But
place sure hasn't changed much either.
I'll just let it go like this.
I used to live and work at this
Yeah.
when I was a kid.
And plus, it throws off my sort of like ability to kind of present it too. So, no, I no, I think he should have kind of a younger voice.
I owe Mams a lot for looking after me back then. Hey, Elena, go get Chester, would you? I haven't seen him in so long, and we can't have a reunion party if everyone's not here.
Well,
I'm sorry. He's not in town right now.
What? Oh, no way!
needs to be a little bit more of a... He needs to be a little bit more of a himbo. He needs to have kind of this kind of an airhead voice. That's the thing with Dogi. He needs to be like kind of a bit, yeah. He needs to be a little bit vacant with these little bit more vacant sounding.
Oh well, what can you do? He's probably pretty busy.
I'm afraid I'll be taking my leave for the night as well. My long absence likely had a few people worried, so I really should let them know I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll be fine here for the night.
Hell's poison, the poison for hell.
We're probably gonna hang out a little before we go to bed. By the way, are you and Chester still living with the mayor?
Nope.
Oh no, he and I have a house on the edge of town now. It's just...
Yeah. I need to play the, I need to play that entire series. I played a little bit of the first Project X Zone, and looked at a little bit of Namco X Capcom when it was first fan patched, but I still haven't played that. I've got a theory that eventually we're probably going to get, a Crisis on Infinite Xeno crossover Project X Zone game, especially with some stuff that I've been seeing about lore lately from the last couple of games. I could see them making that, doing basically Project X Zone, but all Xenogears, Xenosaga, Xenoblade.
Something wrong?
Which, that would be honestly great. They just have to get all the licensing stuff in order for it, I'm sure. But that shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, it's nothing, really. I guess I'll be off then. It was nice to meet you, Adol, and good to see you again, Dogi. I know you two must be tired from your journey. Please, take it easy and get some rest, okay?
I need to do this.
Kind of strange. Probably just been a rough day for her. Man, though, she sure has filled out nice.
Dogi.
She's got that whole child. Who am I kidding?
Dogi.
She's gonna fall for you, not for me. That's always how it goes. Let's just get inside.
Dogi. Yeah, go on. Go on. Dogi. Dogi. Just go on. Stop talking.
Dogi? I can't believe it! It's really you! My little nightmares come home!
Hello, new character.
And look at those muscles! You've grown so big! Last time I saw you, you were just a pudgy little
Wow,
rat.
this is...
Yeah, it's me. I'm back. You're looking well.
You know, I haven't heard a peep. Would it be so much to ask for some kind of contact? A letter at least if you couldn't visit.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'ams.
this is maximum ham.
Well, I always figured you'd do well for yourself. It certainly is nice to see you back safely, though.
It's...
And you're a friend of Dogi's, then?
Look, I'm married to a goddess, and no.
Adol gave his name and explained that he had been traveling with Dogi for quite some time.
I see. Well, thank you for looking after our little wayward wanderer.
Getting guilt for Christmas.
Unfortunately, you've arrived at a pretty bad time. Lots of unpleasant business going on lately. But still, happy events like these are rare, so I intend to enjoy this while I can.
Ma'ams.
You
What?
two
What was-
boys must be hungry. Let me fix you up a nice big meal. And you'd better clean your plates if you know what's good for you.
Oh. Yeah.
So then, how is the investigation coming along?
You have nothing to worry about, my lord. We've already confirmed their locations. The Tigray Quarry, the Ilburn's Ruins, and the Sacred Mountains of Eldor.
It does not, I think.
All that now remains is to organize the men and begin our search in earnest.
I want to check this as soon as I can save the game.
Excellent, excellent.
But yeah, I would rather hear the Japanese voices.
Once I possess what I seek, my might and majesty will be known far and wide. Indeed, perhaps my homeland could lay claim to all of Europa. Either way, this certainly should be an enjoyable undertaking. Wouldn't you agree?
Well,
In your hands, my lord, I'm certain that dream will become a reality.
Indeed it will. Indeed it will. I leave the search in your hands. Make certain it continues without interruption. I expect good news forthwith.
You do me great honor. I pledge you my success, Lord Maguire. I shall see to it that your faith in me is not misplaced.
yeah. Yeah. Once I get control again, care of some things.
So, Adol, while I'm here, I think I'm gonna swing by the Elder Mountains for a bit to visit my old master.
Yeah, you do that.
He's the one who taught me everything I know about fighting, back when I was a kid.
Yeah.
If anyone would know the reason for all the monsters showing up around here, he'd be the one. I won't be gone long, though. You should relax and tour the town. It's a really nice place.
Yeah.
If you have any questions, you can ask Elena. She said her house was on the outskirts of town, so I'm sure it won't be too tough to find. I'm off for now. See you later, buddy.
Okay, we got some familiar music here. Oh. No, the only voice thing that we have is volume. You know what? We're gonna read. I can read. Oh, hey, you're the guy who took the room next door last night, aren't you? You got some guts, I'll say. Certainly not tourist season in Felghana right now. Name's Antonio. I'm here on business from the Romoon Empire. Oh, God. Have you ever heard of a thing called the Raval ore? It's a really high-quality rock mineral native to this region. It's also the reason I'm here. Thank you. You're Adol. Margot told me about you. She said you're a close friend of Dogi's, and an adventurer no less. Well, you certainly picked quite a time to come to Felghana. Plenty of bad tidings these days. Strange weather's been wreaking havoc with our harvests, and monsters have been running around all over the place. Nobody knows what's next, and nobody really wants to know. I know, ma'ams, now. Count yourself lucky that you're just visiting. Wow, you're... Dogi and Chester used to be such good friends. They'd always climb the mountain trails that all learned together. And every time they did, I'd get stuck tending shop here until they returned. Okay, so basically you're the adventurer that got left home. Or the would-be adventurer that got left home. Don't get me wrong, I'm as interested in the next guy and all the legends and historic landmarks and such. And like anywhere else, Felghana's got a fair share of buried treasure stories. But Raval ore, that's the real deal. Okay. Thanks to Count McDumbass, I came all the way here from Garmin for no damn reason at all. Huh? Got something on your mind, Red? You ain't gonna try to make me stop drinking, are ya? You better not. This bottle's the only friend I got. Ah, what the hell, man? This was supposed to be my big break. Heard I could go right from zero to hero. Good morning. Did you sleep well? I guess Dogi's already gone out. Lord, no, I cannot. Still, ever since... Even after all these years. He's grown the muscles of a man, but he's still got the head of a hyperactive little brat. He hasn't gotten you into trouble during your travels, has he? Well, that's right. Dogi was always such a rabble-rouser as a kid, always up to no good. When Chester first moved here, the two of them were constantly fighting. They'd beat each other black and blue one minute and then go out and play the next. Lovable little scamps, though. Why don't you go do some sightseeing until our little nightmare gets back? Redmont doesn't have the same bustle it used to, but it's still nothing to sneeze at. From rabble-rouser to wall-breaker, exactly. Ah! Oh, hello. You're Dogi's friend, right? I said you were a dashing swordsman, but you're even cuter than I expected. Yeah? Sorry we can't meet you with bigger smiles. Not only was the harvest awful this year, but our taxes are up again. I don't know how I'm going to keep food on my family's table at this rate. God, everybody's hitting on Adol. To top it off, the lord of the land has ordered the quarry closed. Even married women, gosh, have ordered the quarry closed indefinitely, so my husband's totally unable to work. It's like our hands are tied here and we're just waiting to starve. Oh, gosh. Sorry, okay. What do you want with me, stranger? Please just leave me be. Yeah, I know. You're too young to have gone deaf. Please, just get out of here. Leave me be. I mean, I don't want to talk to anyone right now. Just get out and stay out. Dang. Jeez. Jeez. All right. Welcome. Well, what have we here? Hello? Are you a traveler by any chance? That sword looks like it's seen a lot of action. You should have it fixed up. This store deals with weapons and armor, along with a handful of our specially selected curios. The boss is a bit eccentric, but you'll be hard-pressed to find a better smithy anywhere else in the world. He's choosy about his clientele, though, so don't be offended if he turns you away at first. Just keep at him. Nice hat. What do you want? I'm Adonis. I own the shop. My appearance haven't given it away yet. I'm happy to confirm that yes, I'm a smithy. Huh. For the looks of that sword, you know what you're doing at least? You know what you're doing at least. But I make it a rule to refine weapons and armor for people I like, and only people I like. Sorry, but you may as well just head home. All of our armaments were made by our master metalsmith, Adonis, the shirtless wonder back there. He's not the most cultured man in the world, to put it mildly, but he's the best there is at what he does. What you got? Oh. Yeah. I have 10 gold to my name. You got, pretty good collection of weapons and armor and shields. I'll be back. Because I'll be back. Oh, hello, you're that swordsman who arrived alongside Dogi, no? I like the hat. Name's Harold, a local merchant. But yeah, it is kind of pointless. It's kind of flat. A good one too. Redmount's known for a local lore called Raval, and I'm one of the best Raval salesmen there is. Or I was, anyway, until all this mess of the quarry came about. The accidents, the monsters, the closure edict. Sure would be nice if this could all get settled soon. Yeah, I agree. So I can start making a living again. Redmount is known for a local okay. So we talked about this. What's in here? Beds and, nothing. Nothing. So Dogi came back after hearing all those nasty rumors about Felghana, did he? That's all well and good, but he's still just up in luck to say years ago, and I don't forgive and forget so easily. Besides, it's just monsters. In my day, we fought off much bigger beasts and used nothing but tree branches. For fun! Up the hill, both ways! Mayor Edgar's got the right idea. He's out at the quarry with my son, checking on some weird monument we unearthed. Not gonna let the Count or a few piddly monsters tell him what to do. No, sir! We miners are tough. We take care of ourselves. Count McGuire's just being a damn tyrant, trying to close the place. Also, I want to hear the other arrangements of this. So I like this town music, but yeah, this is more familiar. Also, hey, I found Mr. Red. Amazing. Ellen told me your hair was super red, like fire. I didn't believe her, but she was right. You want to play a game with me, Mr. Adol? Daddy's going to the quarry, and I'm just so bored. Yeah, no games. No games, only adventures. Wow. You could afford 3 rooms in your house. Amazing. Oh, good morning, Adol. Is Dogi not with you today? Adol explained that Dogi had gone to visit his old master in the Elder Mountains. Oh, well, that's not very nice of him, to be honest. He hasn't even shown you around yet. That's Dogi for you. 8 years ago, he suddenly decided he had to go on a journey of self-discovery. To become a man, he said. I wasn't fond of the idea myself, but Chester sternly opposed it. 2 of them got into quite a scuffle. They did make up right as Dogi was about to leave, though. To be honest, I have something I need to tell Dogi. Remember yesterday when I said Chester was out of town? Well, that's true, but he actually hasn't been back in over 6 months. He left a note for me on the day that he vanished. It just said, I won't be back for a while. I haven't heard anything from him at all since then. Not a word. I'm not sure how to tell Dogi. After he came all this way. Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to dump all my apprehensions on you. When he gets back, I'll just have to give it to him straight. I'm sure Dogi will take the news well. After all, he's ended up with you. As well as he can, anyway. Okay, actually, if you're wondering, that's why I left town last night. I heard that Chester might be passing through. Of course, it was just a rumor. I should have known that, but I couldn't bring myself not to go. As a result, you had to come save me. And that made everybody worry. I can be such a child sometimes. I need to grow up. I know I do. I'm sure you'd rather speak with him, but I'd be more than happy to fill his enormous shoes. Okay. Yeah, I want to fill his shoes up too with crap. Oh, hello. I don't believe we have met. Which means you must be Adol, the friend of Dogi's I've been hearing so much about. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Nell, and I'm a devotee of the church. It's true that you saved Elena from a pack of wild monsters. Words cannot express how thankful we are for that. I've led myself to this church for many a year, and I've known the Stoddard children since they were little. They've always regarded me as a big sister to them. Sister with a small s, that is. I've always regarded them in kind, which is why traumatic events like last night's unpleasantness affect me so. Ooh, I kind of messed up. Oh, you must be Adol. Nice to meet you. I'm Father Jean-Pierre, pastor of this church. He has quite a lot to say about you. I understand you're the one who saved her when she was ambushed by a pack of monsters. For that I must truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. Certain Elena had a reason for being out so late. She denied any, of course, claiming it was just a flight of fancy, but I feel there's more to it than that. I pressure her to tell me things she wishes to hide, though I can see no good coming of it. Ah, but I digress. Please forgive me. This is our first meeting, and I'm aware I am babbling away. God's blessings be with you in your travels. Anything ever troubles you, you always remember. Church's doors are open. Come by any time, day or night. So, I'm trying to figure out if... What's these things? What? Oh, and you were there. Not sure. They were definitely a lot. More than I've ever seen before. Oh my, figures. I promised vast quantities of Raval ore to my backers. I show up in the land of Raval and everything goes to hell. Sounds like some bad news for the quarry. We've already gone through so much. What's next? Destructive winds? What was Ricardo so shook up? What happened to him? Oh man, this really sucks. You go? This is terrible. I couldn't see what was going on with all the shouting and panicking and such. The world happened. Who are you? Adol introduced himself and asked what was happening. Monsters started gushing out of one of the deep mine shafts in the Tigre quarry. That's east of here. We only just barely made it out of there alive. But Mayor Edgar's still inside. So Dewey, that's the head miner, asked me to go into town and get some help. Anybody who's willing and able. Dewey could do this job easily, but he left town a short while ago. Probably too far away to track him down now. Oh my gosh. 1 second. All right. Here we go. Can't go myself either, since I'm the only one trained in defensive I'm the only one trained in defensive combat around here. I've got to guard the town. Adol, I hate to ask, but we could really use your strength. Would you put your adventurer skills to use for us and check out the quarry in my place? Yes, please. It would be a great deal to me as well. The Mayor Dewey and even Paul are endangered in grave danger right now. I don't know any of you. Fine, be that way. Yeah, I guess it's a bit much to ask. Damn it all, if only Chester were here. You're actually not the only visitors here right now. There's a Roman merchant and a Garmanic mercenary. That mercenary's found nothing but drinks since he got here. No way in hell am I leaving my post with him around. Have you reconsidered? I beg you, please, save the mayor and those two poor miners from their fate. Thank you so much for this. I can't even imagine how to repay you. When you're dead, Adol. Here, I've got a map of Felghana. You might need it. Yes. I should also make sure you're well prepared, as it sounds like you'll be fighting some monsters in there. Take this and use it to get your equipment refined. Oh. 50 golds. 50 whole golds. He's a stubborn one, but he knows how to pound the metal like nobody's business. Your equipment's in good hands with him. I do hate asking you to put your life on the line at risk for us, but we need you right now. Show us what you're made of, adventurer. You know what? I think for this particular game, I like the Oath songs best. Oh, it's you again. Doesn't matter how many times you talk to me, I pick and choose my own clientele. And I do not choose you. Adol relayed Gardner's message. Yeah. Acquire Harb, yes. You serious? Gardner sent you? Yes, that means you'll take good care of my work, if nothing else. Well, if Gardner says you're good news, then you're good news. Gotta do what the old guy asks. You can augment your sword, armor, and shield here. Just hand them over and I'll make them better. Well, if you got enough Revolver for the job anyway. Monsters often get stuck in their fur or claws. And will drop it when killed, or sometimes it's just lying around, yeah. I'll have to charge you a service fee too. Though, or else Cynthia's gonna put up a fuss like you wouldn't believe. The price varies per piece, as we got this whole quality chart system in place. Don't ask me, it was her idea. Yeah. So what have you got for me? You're part of my clientele now, Adol Christian. So feel free to come on by anytime you need work done. Let's get equipment tempered. I should have enough to acquire Harb. Or to effectively temper your weapons and armor, you'll need a... Yeah, exactly. A type of rock mineral called Reval ore. Monsters off... Okay. Let me find the Harb vendor. None of these guys. Where is the Harb vendor at? I'm guessing. Yeah. Well, there goes my frame rate. There we go, we're back. There we go. Oh, we're gonna use page 2. Yeah. I'm guessing this is going to be another one where I have to beat up 31 of these things. Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, maybe I'm not. Which way do I need to go? There we go. Okay, so I don't have to... Yeah. Well. There we go, there we go. There we are, there we are. Actually gonna take a short break real quick. Just a second. I will... Gosh. I'll be back in just a minute. So I'm thinking that before the 40th anniversary of Ys, there's probably going to be one more port of Chronicles, probably the Switch. But I think for the 40th anniversary, I could see them doing a new version of Ys 1 and 2, or at the very least, a brand new remaster. Because I was thinking about this, and like, you know, hold on a second. There we go. I was thinking about this, and like, yeah, I think they probably will do something for the 40th anniversary, though. So this is probably the back end of the... Right? Sorry, I'm getting on the boat again. Sorry. Time to go off to Silcida. Oh. Hey, you got business here? If not, I think it's best for you to leave, or you're planning to be the knight. I mean, you don't look the part, but stranger men than you have tried. You don't... No, that's what I figured. You're lost, really. The Lord here has been recruiting lots of soldiers lately, and it's really easy work with great benefits. We're supposed to let him know whenever any applicants come by. Though, like I said, we get some real odd ones. The other day, this mercenary guy from town came by, totally drunk off his ass. I mean, what was he thinking? He absolutely reeked of booze. So I had no chance in hell. I turned him away on the spot. Huh? Ruins. One second. I have to do something here real quick. Well, once I get to another... I want to fix something with my controls. Give me just a second. I want to do this real fast. Hold on. Trolls. Yeah, that's perfect. I don't know why they mess up all the controls by default on the Steam version. That's all right. This is much easier. Town of Redmont. I forget I had to make changes in Origin as well. Sorry, I thought you were a monster. But if you're not a monster, then who are you? Then what are you doing here? Adol gave his name and his business card to explain he'd come at Ricardo's behest. Oh, so you're the guy Ricardo got, huh? Don't know where he found you, but you sure do look the part. Okay, thank you. You're a lifesaver, you know that? The mayor's still down in the tunnels, as far as I can say. Boss has been searching around the entrance, mainly because Bentley, but I guess the bear got himself stuck farther in. But the last time Boss checked it was a while ago. He hasn't come back for so long. I'm starting to get worried. I sure hope the monsters haven't eaten those two. Guess he chills just thinking about it. Anyway, I really appreciate you coming. Please, find Mayor Edgar and old Dewey and bring them out, alive if you can. Alright. First of all, I want to level up a little more outside. Or at least get my one level. Sometimes. Like, I like some of the cave stuff and some of the toe plan stuff, and I like watching folks be really great at shmups, because I'm mostly garbage at shmups, honestly. You did. Very cool. I think my favorite, probably one of my favorites of all time, is Mars Matrix on the Dreamcast. Really like that one. Very cool. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, you know, stuff that you know you have to have if you even see it in the first place. Eating curry for the rest of the week now? Yeah. It's like me after my motherboard upgrades. Yeah, I'm gonna be eating ramen and cheap pizza for the rest of the month. All right, I think I need something else to get up there. Yeah, nice, very cool. Now that's a good one to get your hands on. Did you mention it to Neon Arcade that you got a hold of it? So he'd be excited to hear about that. Yeah, he's a gigantic shmup fan. But yeah, I like watching shmup streams sometimes. Like, occasionally I'll just, like, stop in the BBHs or into Neo Enchwans and just watch whatever they're playing, because it's always usually something cool looking. That I'll never be good at. All right. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, there's some Revolor. Well, there was something. I'm gonna have to look this up in just a minute. I saw there was a new release of a PC shmup on Switch and PS4 that's coming out real soon too. Let me actually go to Gematsu and look this up real quick. Nope. It was. That's a good one too. Oh, Eschatos. Yeah, Eschatos. Here, I'll give you the thing. I saw Neo Anchwan play this, and it looked great. Oh, it was originally a 360 game in Japan. Yeah, that looked like an awesome game, though. I know I can get it on Steam. But it's just cool to see it on more platforms, nonetheless. Yeah. Yeah, they put it on Steam a few years after. Like 2011, 2012, I think. Ninja Force and Natsuki Chronicle. Nice. Yeah. I'd like to see more, Shot Trigger stuff show up at some point, too. Who might you be, and what in the world are you doing here? Can't say I've ever seen you around before. Are you from Veilstein Castle? I think Shot Triggers went on hold after like COVID had basically halted a whole lot of M2's work, and yeah, Zero Fire's like the first thing that they're getting back to. Yeah, that's their first one in a while, though. Because since then, the last one, they're like, The last one they released before Zero Fire, though, was, the last one they released, period, was, I guess, what, the Sky Shark one? Back in 2018? Or 2019? I can't remember when it was out. But it was, I'm pretty sure it was Sky Shark that they did. 1-4. Monsters out there in a class all their own. Sword attacks just bounce right off of them. At least we can find some way of dealing with them. I don't see how we can possibly get the mayor out safely. The storehouse? We found some pretty interesting artifacts a while back. Stored them all in there. Locked up tight, but I got the key right here. Yeah. I knew about the Katsui release as well. I think a Batsugan thing was finally announced, although I don't know if it's them that's doing it. Okay. Yeah. But didn't they take a short break too? I wish those Aleste things would come out everywhere, but that's what a City Connection. All right. I would love to see those Aleste things get widespread release. Also, it would be a real nice thing to see a Tiger Heli in 2021. Okay, yeah, okay, that lines up then. I hate to be so useless, but I guess the rest is up to you. Yeah. You're a good man. Speaking of the City Connection, we were supposed to get a, one thing that I know did fall apart because of, one thing that did fall apart because of you know, not being able to work with the localizing team. Hot Bee or City Connection was supposed to do an English localization of Hoshi wo Miruhito. Yeah. They yeah. Like I said, the folks that did the localizations for City Connection kind of fell sort of out of contact for a while after COVID, since I think most of them had to, I don't know, most of them couldn't come to like they couldn't come to Japan or whatever, since they were basically working from out of the country. So that doesn't surprise me that they're unorganized, but yeah, because they had their thing, they had things going pretty well right before that, and then they kind of lost a lot of their sort of, they lost a whole lot of organization with that. I mean, I think they've kind of gotten back into, you know, into being able to do stuff again with the, I think it's the Jajamaru thing that came out. I think that's gotten localized. And I actually got a Steam release too, so Honestly, I think a really good idea for them eventually. I know that they had a Hamster do the arcade archives version of it, but like them doing basically a reskin remaster of the Sword of King, Astyanax for the NES. That'd be a really neat project. Yeah, I think largely that's usually up to. Yeah, I think when that happens, it's usually in the hands of like the actual game publishers if they're around. Like Konami's done a couple of them. I'm surprised that Namco hasn't done anything yet, but they might be waiting for just more games to come out on the thing, so on the arcade archives. I could definitely see them doing that, though. That, you know, that being kind of the new Namco Museum with collections of their hamster stuff. But I think there's a lot of gaps there so far, so... Yeah. Yeah, I also wish Hamster would put their arcade archives on Steam as well. Steam and Steam and GOG would be nice, but at least Steam, at least just to get it in on PC. They've done a few of the Neo Geo ones, but I think that was mostly SNK's, behest. Boss? Yeah, there are. Patent Tribute was, Yeah. Like I said, I wish Hamster would expand their footprint on PC. It'd be good. Who are you? My name is Dulon, Shade of the Great Will. I would have you show me your abilities, red-haired swordsman. You would, huh? Well, that's unfortunate. I think we're gonna have to do a bit more grinding here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna grind some. Also, I should probably do one more thing. And that's go back to town. There we go. There we go. Yeah, some of the stuff I like in Wanderers, some of the stuff I like in Wanderers so far, I like it more in that. Most of that is kind of, honestly, a little bit more nostalgia for it, but at the same time, I still recognize that this has some really good versions of the tracks. It's not like Ys 1 and 2 where, you know, sometimes I'm more in the mood for the complete or the eternal mixes that versus the Chronicles ones, or even the PC88 mixes rather than the Chronicles ones. Let's buy some equipment here. What do we got? Huh. All right. Hey, Bodhi Skillman! Oh, by the way. So game number 2. Let me pull this up real quick. Game number 2 for the Summer of Dungeons. Is this Das Geisterschiff. But right now I'm working on some Oath and Felghana ease. Yeah, it's a Das Geisterschiff is a modern dungeon crawler that's kind of influenced by Carmine. The kind of an old cyberpunk PC 88 dungeon crawler. And speaking of which, I also want to say I'm going to be playing my first PC 98 game on stream this summer. Also for the Summer of Dungeons. More on that to come. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. But how are you doing, Lord Skeleton? I just finished, I finished Wanderers from East at the start of the stream. Yeah. That's exactly the one. That's exactly the one, the Screamer. I'm gonna play that. The Screamer, yeah, no. It's the Screamer is a 1985 game. A cyberpunk dungeon crawler that has, oh yeah. There's a Moby Games page on it, so you can see, more about it. But yeah, it's real cool, and it's got a fan patch as well. But even though it does have like a famous meme in it, I honestly think it looks cool even besides that. Stop. Yes. Dehumanize yourself and face to bloodshed. Like, I'm almost certain that McCall's played it once on stream, but it was probably before I started following him. Cyberdoll. Yeah, I've heard about this one. There we go. Alright, we're in a much better position. There we go. Yeah, my problem is that, like... like, I think I have I think I know what's in my backlog, and then I discover, like, 20 more games I want to play. And then that just happens every day. Still, you have an unmistakable spark in your eyes. Yeah. Cannot afford interference in this crucial juncture. I must report this at once. You must report this. Right? Fitness bracelet. Oh my god, yeah. No. Combat use, exploiting weaknesses. Okay, cool. Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay. I see now. Yeah. Seems like that could be quite a lot. There we go. Huh. There's spaces. So I'm pretty sure that yeah. I mean, you know, it's a lot of the arcade style shops. A lot of the challenges, sort of, or a lot of the extension of of it is how good can you get on them, like whether it's deathless or no hit or whatever, or a score attack or anything like that. Ah. Clever best. Clever best Gibbs. How's it going?
Liverbest_Gibbs rated the stream with 2 viewers.
How are you doing, Clever best? How was your stream? Yeah, 30-40 minutes is a pretty good length for a shmup. I mean, even a good one can go for an hour. But I've seen some really great ones even shorter. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, because that's Wings of War is also like doesn't let up either, does it? I mean, that's like got a lot going on. And thank you again for the raid, Liverbest. How was your stream of Here's the Main Magic? Iron Man, how far have you gotten? Einhander? I think I mentioned it earlier, but I think my favorite shmup is probably Mars Matrix. Oh my. But there's a lot of good ones out there that I like. Guardian Legend also counts. I mean, that I consider that more of an adventure game than that is straight shmup. But that's like, you know, also like a top 5 game for me, period. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. And any new folks. I'm Rat Clown Car. I do RPGs of all sorts, but I also do Metroidvanias and other games as well. Right now I'm playing Ys the Oath in Felghana, which is a kind of a functional story remake of Wonders from Ys, with some expanded backstory and new dungeons and new characters and yeah, good stuff. There we go. There we go. Yeah, Unhindered's good though. That's what I want to play again at some point. There we go. Really good arrangements. I'm still not sure what I'm going to be doing on stream for my birthday stream. I was originally thinking, because that's coming up in July. I was thinking I was going to do some Kunio games, but I don't know. Oh, all right. Yep. Glad you're here, Liverbest. What kind of progress did you make in the Heroes Iron Man? All right. There we go. There we go. Barbarian Map 2 Island Map already took over an enemy island. Map looked like it's in the back. Nice. Very good. Glad you're making progress on that. What is this? Huh. I wonder if maybe... Aha! Fired Ruby. So, the video game is basically telling me that I should be out on the look for other torches. Who are you and what are you doing in a place like this? Adol introduced himself and explained that he had come to rescue Mayor Edgar. An adventurer? Well, if you're looking for the Mayor Edgar, here I am. Adol, was it? Thank you for coming all this way. I was accosted by monsters and managed to lose them here, but I hurt my leg quite badly in the process. I was actually just about to hobble my way in the strange old ruins beyond here when you showed up. They're quite peculiar. I peeked my head in earlier, and I must say I've never seen anything like them before. Adol, I'm sorry to impose upon you even further, especially since we've only just met. Would you be willing to examine these ruins on my place? My injured leg. I fear about what might happen to me should any more monsters attack. But we've come all this way. I know it's rude of me to ask, but I'm sure you're just as curious as I am, no? So please, would you do me this favor? Well. Oh. 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 Okay. There we go. No! Adol, I can't believe you turned another future ex-wife into a statue. That's shame on you. What are you doing here? You don't listen very well. I believe we handed down a royal edict to close the quarry, did we not? If you'd just done as you were told, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. So spare me the lecture. Do as Lord McGuire asks. I wondered what had become of you. I never imagined. You aren't really working for Count McGuire, are you? Oh, but I am. I'm a devoted knight in the service to the great Lord McGuire. Therefore, I'll thank you and keep a respectful tone when you address me. Who goes there? You aren't from Redmont. What business have you here? A friend of Dogi's? I never thought he'd come back. And certainly not now. No matter. Lord McGuire's orders were explicit regarding the close of the quarry. Come to lead this old man out of here, then I suggest you do so immediately. Wait. What about Elena? Do you even care that she's worried sick about you? She doesn't even know if you're alive or dead. I've grown weary of playing nursemaid. She's 17. She's old enough to cope without her big brother. You should tell her to forget about me. Hell, coming from you, she might even do it. But where are my manners? It would be seem I've forgotten to introduce myself. I'm Chester Stoddart, a high-ranking knight in service of Felghana's lord, His Grace, Count McGuire. Adol, was it? As an adventurer, I know you may be tempted, but I'd advise you not to get involved in our politics. That is, of course, unless you're eager to die. Do you know who I am? You know who I am, Chester. Count McGuire is the Lord of Felghana. Though he's not native to this land, he's actually from Rum. From the moment he took power here, he levied exorbitantly high taxes and pressured us into forced labor. Then, a few days ago, he ordered us to shut down Tigray Quarry, the town's primary source of income. Naturally, we refused since he gave us absolutely no reason. That's about when you showed up. To think that Chester would willingly serve a man like that. What could possibly be running through his head? He left his little sister behind, too, and she hasn't heard a word from him in months. Honestly, I have a hard time believing it. Even now, knowing what I know, I keep thinking, can't be true. What am I supposed to do? Just tell Adol to try and forget about him? Couldn't possibly agree to that. I'd never be so callous. No. Helena? How long have you been listening? I heard you made it home from the quarry and that you were hurt. So I thought I'd stop by to check on you, and I overheard your whole conversation. I'm sorry. Helena! Chester's all right, at least. That's a little consolation right now. Ever since they were orphaned 12 years ago, those two have really watched out for one another. Up until about 3 years ago, they lived at my house, and I'd always put Chester in charge whenever I was away. I figured it would teach him to be a responsible young man, though honestly, I never did get the hang of raising him. Adol, could I persuade you to look in on Elena for me? Right now, I think she might find it easier to open up to an impartial third party. An impartial third party? Oh, okay, so this was the bear's house all along. I don't know how we would ever manage without you, Adol. Mayor Edgar is the only thing standing between us and McGuire's oppressive tyranny. Without you, he'd be gone. Quarry's closure hit us like a ton of bricks, but we'll manage. As long as we have Mayor Edgar, we'll survive. And lots of bad things happening at the quarry lately. Not too long ago, one of the wooden bridges we built there came tumbling down. One of our apprentice miners died in that one. Bob was his name. Bob? I can't even bear to think about it, or I might start crying again. As I'm sure you've noticed, the quarry is basically nothing but a huge monster pit nest at the moment. Monster nest, monster pit, what's the difference? We could deal with the McGuire breathing down our necks, but the monsters pose a real threat. So as much as we hate to do it, we're actually going to shut down mining operations for however long we need to. I refuse to believe he shut it down for our safety. That's not McGuire, not even close. Shutting down the quarry is completely absurd. That quarry is the lifeblood of this town. Our work there has been a source of pride for generations of miners. Why the hell is Dewey allowing this to go through? Why isn't he fighting it? I just realized I've been ranting a complete stranger. Wait, aren't you the swordsman that rescued my son? Sorry, I've just been thinking about the situation at the quarry a lot lately, and every time, it makes my blood boil. Ever since they closed it, accountsmen have been going in and out like they own the place. It's aggravating. That quarry is far too important to this town and everyone in it for us to just look the other way. At any rate, I hear you wiped out all the monsters down there. Even the big ones nested in the Deus mines. You're not from even if you're not from Redmont, you're a true friend of this town. Here, I got something for you. Hey, I hope my son grows a spine like yours one of these days. The man's always had our backs, but I'm not sure he can do anything more for us now that the mine's a monster nest. Though honestly, I can deal with the monsters. Part of me wishes the Count would just rescind his edict. And I'll lower our taxes too, because monsters or no, we can't resume mining soon, we're financially done for. We may have to look into other means of supporting the town. Like what? So I was wrong about you, mister. You really saved the mayor? Man, you must be super duper strong. He's not here now, but Chester's super duper strong like that too. You gotta tell me sometime how you beat the monsters. Promise you'll tell me, Mr. Adol. What? Adol. I'm sorry, I've just got a lot on my mind. Brother gave me this pendant. He left it here in a letter for me. On the day he vanished. I guess it makes me feel closer to him when I wear it, but in reality, he was closer than I ever realized all this time. I'm so sorry, Adol. So many horrible rumors have been going around about my brother. And then to hear the man who raised me confirm them all, I want to know what's happening and why. He must have a reason, right? Maybe I'm being selfish. I should just be grateful he's alive. In a way, it's like a weight I've been carrying for the last 6 months has been lifted for me. I may not know what's going on through his mind just yet, but I do know that if I could talk to him, just talk to him, and things would go back to normal. So don't worry about me. I'll be okay. Thank you for your concern, Adol. I really appreciate it. All right. Oh, what to do. With the quarry closed, I'll never get my hands on Aaron Valor. My investors will drop me and I'll be ruined. I don't look forward to the mountains of debt that await me when I get back to Rom. Earlier, thy name is Antonio. Wait, you're the type of that people randomly send on quests, aren't you? Please, sir, sell me some Revalor. You can find me just enough to keep my backers from breaking my kneecaps. I'll buy it from you at top gold. What do you think? An irresistible offer, no? I swear I'll pay handsomely. You have to spend money to make money. After all, it's just 10 pieces. 10 pieces of Reval. This has become quite serious indeed. Why would Father Pierre go to such a place? Please forgive me. I should have tried harder. Disregard gold. Acquire harb. Yeah. I don't think I can buy harb at this game. Not yet, at least. My mind, such blazing red hair. He must be Adol. I've heard murmurings about you amongst the townsfolk. My name is Nicholas. I'm the head of the Felghana diocese. I was also the town's priest until 3 years ago. Now I serve at the castle where Father Pierre enlightens the town. Still drop by from time to time, though. Old habits do die hard, as they say. I fear, however, that my visit today may be a bit less transient than usual, on account of Father Pierre's absence. Are you familiar with the ill-burned ruins to the northeast of here? They're the remnants of a temple used by practitioners of a pagan religion from a long-lost era. It would seem that Father Pierre has taken it upon himself to visit that temple. Our purpose is unknown. It's unsafe in every regard. There's a dormant volcano behind it. Which has been recently become active anew. And popular rumors suggest that the place is infested by monsters of all shapes and sizes. All the more reason for concern. One cannot help but fear the worst. Adol Christian, I say you're the one who rescued Mayor Edgar from the quarry. Is this true? Given your considerable skill, might I humbly request you undertake another such mission to find Father Pierre? Such selfless courage. On behalf of the church, you have my deepest gratitude. I believe you'll be needing this. The Ilberg's ruins are just off the road to the northeast of here. This key opens the access gate. Please, do whatever you can to ensure the safety of Father Pierre. May God be with you. Fight well, adventurer. Let me find... Number one, what have I got? I consider myself something of an expert when it comes to old jewelry and knickknacks. I knew it. This is no ordinary bracelet. It's an ancient artifact trapped with innate elemental energy trapped inside. Did you fit this little gemstone inside of yourself? You've got good sense. Gemstones like this help increase the bracelet's power by magnifying its energy. Anyway, thanks for letting me fill up your jewelry. You really stumbled upon something special. Take good care of it. Okay. Okay, Cynthia. Let's see here. I cannot buy harb, currently. Not from this shop, at least. You actually went into the mines? The scary, monster-infested mines? All by yourself? To rescue our mayor? It's like you're some kind of mythical hero from a storybook. Your name is Adol, right? I hear you're one of those sword-wielding adventurer types who go around saving the world. Dogi certainly has taste in best friends, it seems. He's always spouting nonsense and always playing practical jokes on people. I just don't know what to do with them. Oh. Okay. Alright. Alright, Margot. Where do I buy a harb? Hold on a second. Bleh. Hold on. Something's wrong here. Hey, there we go. Only Revolor. So there's voice acting in this. I'm gonna turn it back on. See if maybe... Okay, so it's only limited voice acting. All right. Now we're gonna go to the ruins. Not this way. There we go. Oh, good. Great. There we are. Birdland. Come on, come on. Yeah. Exactly. Oh. I should probably not be near those things when they blow up, shouldn't I? Whoa. Got him. Come on now. There we go. Back up. There we go. Thing? See if it's a thing? I know. Oh, I see what's the thing. I mean, clear out the rest of this floor, though. Alright, there we go, there we go, there we go. Nice. Well, it's a good idea. Of course. There we go. Oh, enough of these metal crabs already. Only they're just so obnoxious. We got over here? Nothing? Nothing. Got him. No. We got him. Level up. What do we got? Small shield. It's small shield. Ooh. Big gains. Nice. All right. There we go. There we go. All right. Don't think. Yeah. Big level gains in this cave. In these ruins. All right. All right. What is this? Oh. I think I'm going to... Alright, good. We found a save point. Now, I can take another short break. Just to get on my feet and get myself situated with some caffeine. But I'll be back in just a minute. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like these classic commercial reels. And in fact, like, there's a whole thing about how, like, the PC Engine and Hudson kind of changed the way that, well, first RPGs were advertised, and then how video games overall were advertised, because they would run multiple for commercials for one game, multiple variants of commercials for one game as well. Because I mean, they started doing that in the late '80s on the PC Engine, and then you know, that kind of trickled into, you know, the way that SquareSoft did things, and the way that a lot of other companies did as well. And you would see more and more commercials for, you know, for large games that they want to kind of present, you know. You know, they kind of want to give sort of like, you know, big and important, you know, presentation to. Almost like, you know, a movie trailer or whatever. That's really cool. I think it's stuff like that is really cool. Sort of see how that evolved. All right, let me pull this up again and get back to the game. All right. All right. Thanks for hanging out.
What are you doing here?
Roguish Run?
I could just as easily ask you that same question.
You know what?
Pierre?
We'll get back to this scene in just a minute. I just saved. We'll do a Roguish Run. We'll do one. I think you see. Have I even got the wheel on here? I do. Let me turn on the music again. I need, like, actual Roguish Run music. Alright. Bring up the page as well. I love Roguish Runs. Here we go. Alright. Let's see what we get. Thank you, Saber Viper, for that redeem. The H's? Heat signature! Yes! Yes! I love heat signature. And this is also a preview of something else that I'm going to be doing down the line. Well, maybe. There's not a workshop for this. Oh well, that's fine. That's fine. Still, this is an amazing game. Probably one of my very favorites of all time. Let me give you all the page for it. In case you don't know, this is a this is a tactical stealth breaking and entering into a spaceship game. And it is so good. All right. It's loading up in just a minute. Hold on a second. I gotta... Oh no. Oh, give me a minute. I gotta do something else here because... for whatever reason... turn on windowed mode because for whatever reason it messes up in in my video. Which is a shame. I'll have to fix some things with the technical setup on it, but it's such a good game. Alright. Alright. For some reason, it's not... What's going on here? Alright. What do I want to use? Oh. Oh, this would be a good one. Hey, Cyrus LaGrange is the, is a daily challenge. I only have 10 minutes to live. Shots with firearms can go anywhere within 15 degrees of where you're aiming. Well... Oh. Hold on a second, I hit the wrong thing. Basically, you can eject yourself out of your ship on accident. What's my, okay. Left trigger eject. Oh, okay. Let's see, where's my first mission? Probably get my first mission. I'm gonna do a couple of these, by the way. Control can be kind of wacky with this one. All right. Job listings. Get a mission, okay. What have I got? Bring in the 3 Foundry officers responsible for my mom's death being seen as little as possible. Minimize sightings. Alarm response, target flees. If the alarm is triggered, the target will head for the ship's telepad and escape if they reach it, and it still works. The ship is on autopilot. There are many sentry guns. need non-lethal weapons. Wow, okay. Well, I kind of have to... All right. Powerful non-lethal melee weapon. Okay, that's good. I'll buy a crash beam. I'll buy... Acid traps, baby? Acid traps. Concussive grenade launcher, okay. Alright, let's do this. Alright. Hold on. Let me make sure I understand how to... Oh, right, okay, Chargeable extreme range crash beam. Oh. Personal mission failed. Dang. Well, that stunk. I'm doing another one, though. I'm doing another one. Hmm. Alright. We're playing as... Osaka Volpeka. Or Sakavopakula. Yeah, I couldn't avenge my mum. Sorry, sorry about that. No, I'm just practicing my awkward hovering. I'm gonna do this again, though. Because, wait, hold on. Didn't even let me look at the details here. Okay. Rescue Genie Justice. The ship cannot flee to a station with guards sounding the alarm, so you'll have as long as you like. So there's a boss and a key card. You know what? Yeah, let's rescue Genie Justice. First of all, what do we have? A stealth shield and a key cloner. Fair enough. Let's do this. But yeah, you get all sorts of missions in this. You have sabotage missions, you have rescue missions, you have basically destruction missions. It's really cool. I wish it was on more than just PC, because I'd love for more people to play this. Like, this would be an awesome Switch game. I need to pick up. I'm just gonna wait for this guard to turn around. There we go. And you could do some of these missions non-lethally. You can do them completely lethally. And blow the ship up. Yeah. Yeah. You're on a space. Adol Krishna is on a spaceship now. Attempting to rescue somebody. Oh, no. Saber Viper redeemed a roguish run. And this is sort of just a makeup mission for one that failed way too early. Because I enjoy this game a lot. Yes. Well, this is Felghana right here. Here to drop point. There we go. There we go. Got out unscathed. Alright. That is heat signature. Mission success. Thank you, Saber Viper, for the roguish run. Redeem. One failure, one success. I had such a I was kind of put in bad odds in that first in the first attempt of that run that I wanted to make it up because I wanted to play and I wanted to play more heat signature because any excuse really. So good. All right, let's get back to some ease. Oh my. Give me just a second. Cue up the music and the sound and the music of the game. What? Hold on. Rearranging everything. Oh. Yeah, someday I'm gonna do a whole stream long thing of heat signature. Just random missions. Alright, let's get back to Chester. Come on, you jerk. How are you doing, Mystical Machine Gun?
What are you doing here?
That's right, we've got voices.
I could just as easily ask you that same question, Father Pierre. This is not a fit place for the likes of you. If you value your life, I suggest you leave at once.
Chester. You should at least let Elena know what you're doing. And that you're okay. She's been worried sick. She's never stopped looking for you. After all this time, not once has she lost hope.
That's no concern of yours, Father. Keep sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, and it's liable to get cut off.
Oh. Oh.
Well. Seems these ruins have a little rat problem.
What about it, Chester?
Adol?
Chester, you big jerk.
I warned you not to get involved.
Well,
But since you seem incapable of following orders,
Angar!
oh, we're gonna fight.
Here we go! No chance! Eat this! Here we go! Take that! Gotcha! Here we go! No chance!
I'm sure this is like a fight that I'm supposed to lose.
Take that! Gotcha! Here we go! Take that! Gotcha! Here we go! Here we go!
that all you?
Oh no, no, it's not. Well, guess I'm leveling.
Angar! Take that! Gotcha!
No.
Hey! Take that! Gotcha! Here we go! Here we go! Hey! Take that! Gotcha! Here we go! Ha! Here we go! No chance! No chance! Here we go! Here we go! Take that! Gotcha! Here we go! No! Ha! Take that! Gotcha! Here we go! Ha!
If only I had Harb.
That all you've got?
Only I had Harb. Well, let's level some. Also, let's go back to town and upgrade our stuff. Also, there's all these diversions. I mean, I'm only level 12. I should probably be at least 3 or 4 levels higher. Ruby! There we go. There we go. Oh my gosh. No wonder. No wonder I'm so my strikes feel like they're so weak. I still have my old sword on. Well, that was an easy fix. However, I still need to make a few changes here or there. What do we got? Moral Claria, or Ravelor. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Good soundtrack. Falcom rarely ever misses in music. Like I can't think of an outright bad Falcom soundtrack. Oh, how you doing, substitute player? You dancing to the soundtrack? Hot jams. I'm making it. I'm doing all right. I finished Wanders from Ease before this, and now I'm playing the second version of Ease 3. The more up-to-date version of Ease 3, rather, the Oath in Felghana, which is based on Origin and Ease 6. So it's a different kind of game than both the first two Ease games and on Wonders. But yeah, it's fun times so far. There's a lot of stuff in this I like more than I like more than even Origin, which I thought was just an awesome game. The voice acting can be a bit up and down, but yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in this game. Whoa. There we go. There we go. Nice. Man, now 14. I could probably push myself to 15. That'll be the return trip. Oh. There we go. Should be where I'm able to beat Chester in this next fight too, so but yeah, you actually in this game you actually get to fight Chester instead of just be annoyed by him like you are in Wanderers. There we are. Sure. Excellent.
Welcome.
Don't want to buy the... Yeah, this is the same engine as Origin and E6. And, I think it might be 7 as well. I don't remember. Yeah, this is same as Origin and E6, yeah.
What do you got for me? This the one? Good to go. This the one? Good to go. This the one? Good to go.
Oh, nice.
This the one? Good to go. This the one? Good to go. Come again.
Very cool. With a controller and a 7 CD soundtrack. Yeah, I can believe it. They go, when they do physical versions of their soundtracks, they go wild. They always have, too. At least ever since, like, I want to say since Ys, the first Ys game. Although maybe it might go all the way back to, like, Presley family. Or even like Romancia and Xanadu. But like I know that Ys 1 had a lot of music material released for it, and Dragon Slayer 4, which came over as Legacy of the Wizard, that had a lot of stuff for it too. Although I don't know if that necessarily had as much as Ys and Sosurian did, because I think that only came to the Famicom and the MSX. Although it might have come to one of the other computers. I can't remember at the moment. I know that it, we got it as Legacy of the Wizard through Broderbund and also through Namco with the collection that they did, because they published it in Japan. I want to play Legacy of the Wizard again someday. I honestly liked that game quite a bit. I know it's kind of, has the weird reputation of being kind of inscrutable and all that, but I liked it. I liked it when it was out. I mean, it's one of those games that kind of gets, unfortunately, buried because of, weird internet memes and stuff, but, like, they really did had some ambition with it, just like Deadly Towers. I love Deadly Towers. I tell you, that was like, playing Deadly Towers again was like probably one of the, like, playing through it back in February or March. I don't even remember when now I did it. It was into March. That was like an absolute delight. It's one of those games I kind of wish would get like a modernization, like as far as, so that people could better understand the design that they were going for with that, because it was wild. It was wild. All right. see here. What am I looking at now? I'm looking at. I'm probably not going to make it to level 15. At least not in here. I'm not. That's okay. Uh-oh. That's so good. Oh, my. Here we go. Here we go. The only insomnia I like are insomnia cookies. Ugh. There we go. There we are. I'm a long ways away from another thing. Yeah. There we go. There we go. All right. Well, the one time that I go after these guys, they decided to give me the runaround out here. Forget it. Forget it. Lost all my momentum. This was a good hallway. Stay in here then. Yes, level. Probably do it again. Who knows? What? Now let's at least grind our money up to... No. This is a real good room for grind. I could probably squeeze one more level out of this. Maybe, I don't know. All right, all right. There we go. There we go. Ollie. Eight to 10 more passes through here after. Three. Oh, this is number 2. Three. Four. Oh my. Five. Ooh. Six. Oh, come on! Oh my gosh. I didn't know I was stuck. I didn't know why I was stuck there. Seven. I'm getting close to level 16. 8. Ten. No. Yeah. 12. I'm gonna need at least a couple more. This might be the one. There we go. All right, now we can move on. Well, whatever. All right. Good deal.
What are you doing here? I could just as easily ask you that same question. This is not if you
Chester, you should at least... She's never stopped.
That's no concern of yours, father. Keep sticking your nose where... Well. Seems...
Adol?
I warned you not, but since you seem in...
Angar! Take that! Gotcha! No chance! Eat this!
Well.
Here we go! Here we go!
Yeah, this is way better.
Here we go!
Yeah.
So, you're not all talk. You actually have some skill. Which means I needn't go easy on you.
Mm-hmm.
Stop this! Both of you!
I'd advise you to stand aside, holy man. Let's see what you're made of.
Men, seize them!
Well, if it isn't Lord Maguire. May I ask what brings you to such a place, my lord?
What brings me? Why, I merely thought I might come to worship at the seat of my future bride. And what should I find when I get here but my top knight dealing with intruders? So, tell me,
The clergyman is Redmont's head priest, and the swordsman with the red hair is the latest adventurer to cross these lands.
oh, an adventurer, you say?
Uh-huh.
A meddlesome priest is bad enough, but an adventurer simply won't do it all. I imagine he hopes to get his hands on my statues. But no matter, we will dispose of them here.
If that is your will, my lord. I know of a place nearby that is most suitable for meeting out a man's find. I believe you'll find it quite to your liking.
Oh.
Will I now? Very well then, take me there at once.
As you wish.
Well.
A precipice high above the lava pits. Wait.
Oh.
This should make quick work of him. All right, do it.
If you'd simply minded your own business as I ordered, this wouldn't be necessary. But now, if...
How could you? God will never forgive this sinful behavior.
You certainly do like to prattle on, Father. Take him to the dungeon.
Oh.
Chester, you're doing well. I leave the rest in your capable hands.
You honor me, my lord. I shall find the statue here without fail.
Oh, good. Lava. Lava zone. Drop off. Dropping the kids off at lava zone. Sword of lava, the escapeless abyss. I mean, it looks like maybe this is the inflation talking here, the point inflation talking. It looks like I get some pretty good gains on these little monsters here. I just wish they were a little more in a smaller area. Oh, maybe dragons. What was that? Anyway. Oh, good. Well, may as well drop all the way down then. Bugs! Okay. Yeah, let's do that again. It's not, I could probably get like 3 levels off of this room alone pretty easily. Maybe. Let's find the rest of these treasures. Just give me another pile of 50 lava bugs. I won't complain. Yeah, I could probably make it to 20. Where are you? Oh, here you are. Wow, almost to level 18. I'll take it. Oh no, I'm not almost to level 18. Oh, okay. Well, still. Yeah, I've gotten pretty good at handling them. They're tough, but they do, like, absolutely no damage to me, so the Exterminator. So I guess there's an achievement if I kill 2,000 of these things. Which, sure, I'll do that. 'Cause it just popped over there. Kill 2,000. You've made it 10% of the way through. You know what? I'll take that up. Like, I don't know how many there are down here. Yeah, but these things do no damage to me right now with my current armor setup. And I just gained 33% of a full experience bar towards level 19 off of that, so I could probably do this like I mean, I could probably complete the 2,000 bug achievement and pop to, like, level 22? I don't know. I just hit 400 bugs. And although honestly, I kind of wish that I was able to maintain that level. I'll leave that one alone for this time. There we go. Oh, come on now. Come on now. There we go. There we go. It's 600 of 2,000. There we go. Yeah, so now it's down to like 12% per swarm. 12% of experience points per swarm, so... Or maybe 10%, I don't know. There we go. I know one thing, though. It's getting me a lot of Claria, or whatever the hell it's called in this. A lot of money, too. $800 out of 2,000. I forget the actual name of... Okay. halfway there on that. So halfway there on my experience. Hit 1200 now. There he is. There we go. Come on. All right. All right, I need 600 more bugs. Could be a general enemies achievement, but based on the way that it's... Based on the way that this rolls out, I have a feeling that it's just 2,000 of these things. There we go. Oh. Oh, I did hit 20. Okay. Well, I've still got... $400 more of these bugs to kill. Let me see if it's... I want to see something here real quick. Just to make sure that it's, what I think it is. Okay, okay. So it is kill 2,000 of these things. I was just checking the achievements here. It's across all playthroughs too, so... But whatever, we're just gonna knock it out now. There we go. There we go. Ah. Also, 12,000 gold. Almost 13,000. And that's made this worth it already. Should be maybe 3 more groups of bugs. There we go. All right, last one coming up. There we go. Killed 2,000 Mozgos across all playthroughs. $13,500 gold off of those too. Well, 6,500 or over 7,000. Come on now, come on now, come on now, come on now. Oh. I was trying to get the knockout 5 at a time achievement, but that's not happening. Oh, okay. I get it now. Darn. I have no reason to fight these things anymore, so I'm not going to. However, I do have a reason to take a break shortly. Oh, there's show off. I just had to get all of them at once. Okay, just so I'd have more targets to hit. Alright. I will be right back. Hey, yo. We're back. Well, nearly back. Oh, gosh. All right. Okay. Coming in. Space Hopper Copter, how's it going? Oh my gosh. Oh, hold on a second. There we go. Hello, chums. How are you doing this morning? Space Hoppercopter, you know, at some point, I'm gonna need like a Biffo explains Xenogears thing from Chubo. I'm gonna have to find a way to request that. Because that would just be so good. Oh, yeah, it's going all right. I beat Wanderers from Ease, the game that kept me up for 13 hours last week. Took care of that. Put it in the ground. Now I gotta figure out how to get past this lava lake here. He does. He certainly does. Oh my gosh. Back into the... Yeah, that was like, gosh. Basically, I was just stuck at the final boss because I couldn't figure out the thing, and I don't know if you know... I don't know how much you know about the way that Wanderers from Ease ports came out, but basically the Genesis version is the easiest to level in, but also the hardest to platform and fight bosses in. Because, well, platform and fight anything in, because you have like 15 less iframes than in every other version. So it can be pretty obnoxious sometimes. Oh my gosh. It's still fun. It's still a fun game regardless of what it's on, but... So that version is like extra challenge mode in some ways. But now I feel I can pretty much take on every other single version out there. Fireworm's Amulet. What is this? Yeah, the Super NES version has generally easier fights. The TurboGrafx CD version has easier platforming. Also, all three of them have like half-wrong localizations in the same way. I want to do a thing where, like every year on the same day, I play a different version of Wanderers from Ease until I play them all. Pretty much make it Adol and Dogi's Groundhog Day. Yeah, every May 12th. I need more hands. No bump mechanics. If there were bump mechanics, I'd have no problem with that, but oh no. But alas. Yeah, I don't need to grind anymore in this area. I'm pretty much caught up. I just need to knock some birds out of the sky. Dragon birds. Sonic! What'd they do to you? Again! Oh, there we go. Turn Sonic into a demon. Wasn't already? Oh, okay, this might be the boss fight, so we'd better go the other way. Because I've got to search for an item. Maybe. There we go. Okay, I see. Acquired broadsword. Ooh. Okay, so, contrary to popular belief, Adol can't breathe in lava. I think I can just move on because I don't think that there's anything else I can get out of this level experience-wise. Excuse me. There we go. Alright. Oh. Alright. So that was certainly a pit of lava that, or a room full of pits that that might be a boss room. Why are the Ventus bracelets? Oh, okay.
So, you've come.
Yeah. I have. You again?
Acquired 2 of the powers of gems.
Okay, this is a whole subplot that they didn't put in the original game.
I cannot simply allow this to pass uncontested. The blazing jaws of hell itself shall consume you.
Cool. Really looking forward to it. Yeah, they expanded the plot and they expanded the dungeons a whole lot. And yeah, they made this a whole lot more than just hanging out with Dogi in his old hometown. Whoa. Okay. Oh, is this one of those that I gotta kill the tail or whatever? Is it one of these bosses that I like so much in Ys games? It is. I love these bosses. Ow. Now I just have a dragon head to fight. I sure am glad I spent like 45 minutes grinding bugs for the achievement and for the experience. Well, hold on. So where do I go from this point? Okay, I beat the boss in here. Oh, do I got... Oh, wait, I know where I'm supposed to go. I know where I need to go. I need to go all the way back out this way. And back out, and then back down to the bottom of the cave on the other side, though. On the opposite side of the bugs. And everything else. But. I mean, I could just drop down this way. And just go this way. Be easier. What do I do here? Nothing? Okay. Are those the same? Are those the same baby dragons that I've killed so many times? Oh, dang. Oh, okay. Maybe I need this thing. Like so. That's what I needed to do. I remember that trick from Ease origin. You know what? Let's kill these in a safer place. Somewhere I don't have to balance on a platform. Fearing for my life. Okay. Oh, let me guess. There's gonna be another boss here, isn't there? Wired Brocia Serum. Brocia Serum. Oh. Grants the ability to dash. Wait a minute. Okay. Well. No more horrible rings. What's up? What's going on? Uh-huh. Wow, you're more of a pain than you were in the last one. Wow. I hate it. All right. Got him. Got him. All right. How much more can I get done before 5 a.m.? Yeah, I'm gonna be... I'm only gonna be going until about 5 o'clock because there's gonna be or basically an hour from now. Because there's gonna be a thing. Indie Live is coming on, so I get to see all the new weird games, and maybe some new As Libra DLC news and Switch version news, and maybe something else, and maybe something else. Raval or 12. That's fine. I'm back.
That was faster than I'd anticipated.
What's up?
I had every confidence you'd make it back alive. And with the statue, no less. I must admit, I'm impressed. Now, hand them over. Both of them. Don't play dumb with me either. I know you're the one who defeated that creature in the quarry.
Oh.
Chester, don't!
Elena? Dogi? You shouldn't be here. Why have you come?
Sister Nell told us that Adol had come here to look for Father Pierre. Dogi had just returned and was going to follow him, so I came too.
Yeah.
No end of trouble, I swear. Freezing my ass off climbing the Elder Mountains with monsters all around me and no equipment worth a damn.
Why didn't you go shopping, dude?
So I go back to town to regroup and try again. And what do I hear? The mayor's been hurt and Adol's off the ruins. And Chester, you've been missing for 6 months? What the hell, man?
Chester, I don't mind that you've become one of Count McGuire's knights. No matter what people say you've done, you're still my brother. If you're truly following your heart, I would never stand in your way. But why? Why are you doing this? Why would you kidnap a priest? Or try to hurt Adol? And how come you never contacted me, even just to let me know you were still alive?
Are you done? I left town because I found the menial existence offered me there to be utterly repugnant. I wasn't thrilled at the prospect of babysitting you for the rest of my life, either, Eleanor.
What?
I thought that if I became one of McGuire's knights, I could move up in the world and make something of myself.
Yeah.
As opposed to living a peasant's existence in some backwater town, biding my time until I died. It was all dragging me down, Elena. Living life in a place where nothing matters is the height of tedium. Not just one element of it either, but every part of every day. You, the town, my past, everything, all meaningless.
Just throw him into that.
What are you saying?
Chester, you son of a bitch! What the hell is wrong with you?
I could ask the same thing. You have no right to feel indignant, Dogi. I simply chose the same path in life as you. Or have you conveniently forgotten that you abandoned Redmont on a whim 8 years ago? None of us are children anymore. Keep your statues for now. I'm sure they'll be safest in your care. As I said, I became one of Count McGuire's knights to rid myself of my past. That includes you, Dogi. You are no longer a part of my life. I suggest you forget about me and move along. Get in my way and you'll be very, very sorry.
I still can't believe what happened at the ruins. I mean, what can Chester possibly be thinking?
Mayor, I hate to say this, but we have larger concerns at the moment. The closure of the quarry is bad enough, but to threaten a priest on top of it all. Chester's a factor, yes, but I think our first priority should be McGuire. He is indisputably the root of our problems.
Yes, you're right, of course. Bishop Nicholas, do you have any inkling as to what Count McGuire may be after?
Do you?
I'm afraid not. But then, he's never been one to talk openly about his affairs. His wife and their 2 children attend morning mass without him, always. I do find it hard to believe, though, that he'd try and claim authority beyond that of the church.
What would you suggest we do about Father Pierre, then?
As head of the Felghana diocese, it is my duty to oversee the well-being of all members of the clergy. When I return to the castle, I intend to have a talk with the Count. Fear not. I should be able to secure Father Pierre's release.
Much obliged on that.
I'll leave Father Pierre to you, then. Thank you.
I must say, though, I am a bit concerned about these statues Count McGuire has Chester searching for. May we see the 2 you've found thus far, Adol?
Adol produced the statues from his pack. Interesting and very unique.
Yeah, they're new.
So, the big critters regarding these?
I've seen better looking statues.
I sense an unusual power from within them.
Of course you do.
It's possible there may be a link between these statues and the recent monster appearance.
Of course there is. Oh?
How do you figure?
Well, this is pure conjecture on my part. But these 2 come from the quarry and the ruins, both of which seem to be hotbeds for monster activity as of late. And each was guarded by a large creature of unusual strength.
Really?
Does that not strike you as more than mere coincidence?
You may be right. And if that's the case, we'd be especially foolish to let the Count get his hands on them. I think we should safeguard them until we know exactly what's happening. What's wrong, Dewey?
No, nothing. I just get the feeling I've seen these statues somewhere before.
What?
Come on, out with it, Dewey.
I'm thinking. It's not like this was just yesterday. It was down inside the old abandoned mine, if I recall correctly. There was a mural painted on the wall.
Okay, this explains a lot better.
Abandoned mine?
It's an old, deep section of the Tigre quarry that we exhausted long ago. Been closed off ever since. We found a really ornate mural painted on one of the walls there. Can't even imagine how old it was. But if memory serves, it depicted 4 statues that looked an awful lot like the ones we've got here.
Could there really be a connection?
Well, it certainly warrants an investigation.
All right. Hey, Adol, what say we split our efforts? I think I have an idea. I'll get my stuff together and return to the Elder Mountains, while you head to the abandoned mine.
Ah, you intend to see Bearheart?
Yeah, the old master. He knows more about Felghana's legends and folklore than anyone else, so he can probably fill in some of the blanks. Plus, you might know something about Chester's situation. He was Chester's master too, after all. He might have some idea why that idiot's been acting like such a jackass.
I'll speak with Chester directly at the castle. He may be more likely to grant Father Pierre's release than Maguire. I'll also see if I can learn anything pertinent about the statues while I'm there.
Sounds like a plan. Hope you can talk your way through that thick skull of his. Adol, I'll catch you later. Good luck in the abandoned mine. Don't get yourself killed without me, you got it? If you have a chance, too, be sure to check in on Eleanor.
Oh. Hey. Hold on a second.
I feel so bad for her. Poor kid. Let's make sure we get this all sorted out, for her sake.
All right, Adol. The entrance to the abandoned mine is next to the quarry storehouse, at the bottom of that first vertical shaft. I'll go on ahead and get the door open.
Are you sure that's wise, Dewey? Monsters aside, remember the quarry's off limits right now. If Maguire's men catch you there...
It won't be a problem. I'll bring Paul and Ricardo for manpower, and we'll be in and out before anyone's the wiser. Got it, Adol? Don't keep us waiting. You know where we'll be, so hurry up.
I'm going to keep them waiting. Alright, hold on. So I've got 2 levels of Ruby. Do I have... Let's see here. By the way... Alright, so there's that, and then... like, the one place I can't find here is... it's supposed to be in this game. At least I think it is. Hold on. Hold on. Let me double check something here real quick. All right. No, never mind. Never mind. Okay. Thought I was missing some characters, but it was just... Buy equipment.
Welcome.
Alright, so I got...
That's the one. Thank you. That's the one you want? Thank you. Don't be a stranger. Welcome. That's the thank. That's thank. That's thank. That's thank you. Don't be a stranger.
Okay.
What do you got for me? This the one? Good to go. Come again.
Alright, alright. Hold on. Blah.
What do you got for me? This the one? Good to go.
Let's go
Come
ahead and
again.
get the plate mail upgraded.
Fine mess we've got here in Felghana, no? Chester's the big shocker for me. He's had a dignified air about him ever since he was a child. We always suspected that he might be the son of a nobleman or some such thing. But there's nothing noble about McGuire. Dogie, on the other hand, was a total mess as a child. And look at him now. Though I suppose I can't really compare since I know nothing at all about Chester's life before Redmond. The events of his distant past could hold the missing puzzle piece that gives valid context to all his actions. But then, what do I know? The more I think about it, the more I realize just how pointless it is to think about it.
Okay, Joel. Exposition bartender. Looked out the window and I saw the miners leaving town a short while ago. Quarry's been closed, so I can't imagine where they were all going. The quarry is important to the town, but I just don't like it. I don't like the quarry, I don't like the people who work in it. I hate rocks. What I need to do.
Adol, please wait!
You again. Oh.
Thank goodness I caught you.
That's right, I was supposed to catch up with you.
I wanted to apologize for what Chester did, I mean. I know it's little comfort, but he's my brother, and I felt I should give you something as an apology on his behalf.
Yeah? Hey, Wing Talisman.
It's a family heirloom of sorts. Adoptive family heirloom, anyway. Full of spiritual energy.
Yeah.
Supposedly, if you envision one of the old travel monuments while stroking its feathers, you'll be sent right there.
Okay.
Think of it as a very useful good luck charm. As for me, I'll be alright.
You better be.
I've been contemplating all the horrible things my brother's been doing.
You better be. I gotta tell you all stories about my fiance.
And I know I should be angry with them, and I am. Don't get me wrong. But no matter what, he's still my brother. I'll always love him just the same. He's the only true family I have. So, like I said, I'll be alright. I don't know if I got through to him or not.
Nah.
I just know that I want all this to stop. He's putting himself and everyone else in such danger. Oh, Adol, if you see my brother again on your travels, which don't go out of your way to find him, of course. I just mean, if you cross paths again, tell him I said thank you for the pendant.
Adol silently nodded his consent.
I appreciate it, Adol. I'm such a mess. Rhyme doesn't help anything.
Yeah, well.
You're headed to the abandoned mine, right?
No.
Please, be extra careful.
Bye. Okay. Where are we going? We're going to... Oh! Okay. Okay. Understandable. So what I need to do is go back to... We picked up the ruby there. I'm gonna hang back to the first of these elevated platform rooms. This one. Hey, Rig. How are you doing? Oh my. Yeah, these are some good arrangements of these songs. Well, almost there. Oh, I took care of Wanderers from Ease, by the way. That really is, like, the toughest version of that game. At least as far as platforming and fighting goes. Alright, let's see here. It's like easier in leveling, but it's also... Oop. Alright. Yeah. There's oh my. There's a thing with, like, for Wanderers from Ease, the leveling is easier on the Genesis version. The platforming is easier on the Turbo CD version. And the fighting is easier on the SNES version. And on the PC 98 version. Okay, I need to... Yeah, I want to see that NES version. I don't know how that compares at all. I'm trying to get across this gap since I got the thing. But yeah, so this remake, both in Felghana, is based on Ys Origin and Ys 6 save engine. But they added a whole lot in the way of, like, storyline, and they added some new characters and new, you know, a lot of new stuff with how things are. There we go. Knew there was a trick to it. Oh, good. Nice. Very good. Okay, so I think that's everything here. Alright. Yeah, Origin, though. Origin is really awesome. You'd really like Origin, I think. As far as an introduction to this middle period of Ys. So definitely play that after you finish, Mask of the Sun and Ys 5. Play Origin, because that's a great game. Hey, String Fella, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. I think it's the depth. Wait a second. No, let's go back to the storehouse. There we go. Go ahead and save this game here. There we are. Had to run all the way here to keep monsters from getting us. Thought my butter-loving heart was gonna explode out of my chest. Pretty sure I used up my quota of courage for this life. Now I have none left and I'm hungry and scared. Count's planning something. Whatever it is, it's clearly not for our benefit in any way. So don't think of this as your journey alone, Adol. We're all in this together and we'll help you any way we can. Fortunately, I think this is as far as we can accompany you. At least, for the moment. It's much darker than we expected in there, and the monsters are more ferocious than any others we've seen. If you find anything to help light your way, it'll probably make your job a whole lot easier. Where you been, Adol? We've been waiting for you. As you can see, this is the entrance to the abandoned mine. The mural is somewhere inside. What my old man used to tell me, they also found a really strange rocky mound down there at the bottom. I asked him if it could have been just a huge chunk of revolve, but no. It's apparently green and crystalline. No clue what that could be. Doesn't sound like anything I've ever seen, to be honest. What's more, it apparently pulsed rhythmically, like a human heart. And it was so hard it couldn't even be chipped. I swear the old man's going senile sometimes, but he seemed pretty serious about this, so I'm betting it's real. Whatever it is, or was, it might be in some way related to those statues, so I figure it was worth mentioning. Alright, before I do that, I need to climb up. Wait, there's a couple of places that I think I need to get to with regards to like long jumps. There are like some bridges out here and there in this area, so I think I might follow those before I go into this cave. Since I got the wind magic, I can kind of fly across now. No. No. So I can't get up there. Okay, so this is the high jump that I'm gonna have to... Alright, wait for it. I bumped my head. Okay, so that's a no-go. Just gonna dodge everything. Ease 4 was on Turbo and let's see here. There were two different versions of Ease 4. One was Mask of the Sun. The other one, which was for the SNES, the other was Dawn of Ys for the Turbo CD. But they've also replaced those two versions with one version as well, called Memories of Celceta. So I'm going to be doing the SNES, then the Turbo, then Memories of Celceta. If I still have time after that, like 2 weeks, I'm going to do Ys 5, which is SNES only. And then after that, I'm going to be taking a break to play Arc the Lad 2. And I'll be back to more Ys, probably, I don't know, next year. And I'll be picking up with Ys 6 and 7. There we go. That's what I wanted. Bob's Pendant. Bob's Pendant, Bob's Pizza. Bob's Pizza. All damage. Yeah. Okay. I think there's one more the other way. But yeah, I'm nowhere near finishing this tonight. This is probably going to take me, probably going to take me next week. And if there's anything extra, I might do that as well. Yeah, Rig played Dawn of Ys, and he started on Mask of the Sun. I think I'm going to take them on in reverse order. Let's see here. Ah, this is where I needed to go. Okay. Oh, jeez. Well, that's okay. Ah. There we go. More Revolor. I should have enough to level up my... either level up my shield or max out my sword or armor on the current level.
Yo.
Goric!
Goric rated the stream with 17 viewers.
Goric, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? How's Mega Man 0 and 02? Those are two I need to play. How are you doing, and how is Mega Bay going for you? Thank you again for the raid. And welcome, Raiders. I'm Rat Clown Car. I do all sorts of stuff, mainly RPGs, and oftentimes Metroidvanias as well. But I do other things. But yeah, I do mainly retro and indie type stuff. But sometimes do more stuff. I'm doing East games on Fridays until the end of July. I finished up Wanders from Ease on the Sega Genesis tonight, starting on Oath and Felghana. And yeah. Thank you again for bringing your folks by. And hope your stream went well. By the way, I need to ask you something about a game that you were playing that I tried to play. Thank you. Oh, very excellent. GG's on those. You were playing 9 Years of Shadows. And, oh. I played it a couple of weeks back on Tuesdays. And, I ran into some crashes. So I never got a chance to finish the game. And I'd been meaning to ask you next time I ran into you about if you had the same issues where you had crashes towards the end. But so far they're pretty much consistent. I don't know if it's a thing with my specs being too, yeah. I hope so. This was 2 weeks ago, so I haven't patched it since I had those crashes. Because it was I had 3 in a row at a very specific spot. And I liked the game a whole lot. I just wish it wasn't a technical mess. Like I said, I think it might be something with my system specs, because I have a processor that's fast enough for it, but they also want a later generation processor, so, It's like, is this going to be one that I'm going to probably have to come back to when I make my upgrades, whenever that is? Okay, wait, hold on. Swing back. But yeah, I really enjoyed a lot of that. Yeah, oh, really? Nice. Very cool, yeah. I'm still no regrets about playing it, but I can't finish it until the thing with the oh, what's his face? Basically the kind of rival that you run into. You have to basically fight near, I guess, kind of near the end. All right.
Welcome.
Can I afford anything?
Don't be a stranger.
What do you got for me?
All right. Do I want the? Yeah, I can't remember. His name slips my mind. Hold on. I can actually I can actually look something up real quick on this. Oh my. In fact, where is the thread? Yeah, the Drathus fight. Yeah, this is what I had to deal with as well, so unfortunately I had to kind of tag on to somebody else's issue with that. But yeah, that pretty much what my situation was with that. And it's unfortunate because I really wanted to finish that game. Yeah.
Come again.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What do you got for me?
And I think it's because I have I don't know, like a 7th gen Intel instead of a 9th gen Intel, or whatever they were asking for. But it's faster than their minimum, so I don't know. Like I think Unity stuff is weird like that, and it's really obnoxious to deal with sometimes. See, I don't know if I'm gonna go. Shoot. I think we're gonna go, I think we're gonna go upgrade there, yeah. Okay. Oh well. Yeah, thank you again for coming by though. Again, I hope I get to check out Zero games at some point, because those have been on my list for a long time. Have you played Oric, have you played Vernal Edge yet? I started that last night. I beat Pronti, which was another Metroidvania from a couple of years ago, and started on Vernal Edge, and that game is just wild. There's so much going on with that one. Highly recommend checking that one out if you haven't. Yeah, it came out back in March. It's got really cool pixel art, but it's also got this kind of overworld navigation that's got low poly PlayStation 1 type stuff going on too. Really, really enjoying that so far. Well, let me go back and save here. All right. Kind of hoping that this part will be abbreviated as well, but with how extended with how much they've extended the dungeons in this game versus their Wanderers counterparts, kind of expecting this dungeon in particular to kind of last the rest of the stream. That's okay. This one? Oh, okay. Well, thank you again for, thank you again. And, thank you again for the raid. And thanks for coming by. Take care, Gorek. Yeah, let me listen to that. Oh yeah, this one. The PC-88 version of this song. Let me get the other one. No, don't return title. There's the X68000 version. Oh no, these horrible plants. Well, at least they're not as, I agree. Kind of wish they had the Mega Drive, Yeah. Kind of wish they had the Mega Drive background music. I do like this, though. I do like the Oath arrangement just because it's very suspenseful in its own right. No! Oh, jeez. That is a horrifying place to land. Oh wow, the plant tentacle monsters are so much more concealed now. Oh gosh, that's horrifying. Oh yeah. Where we at? Okay, I think we're back up to where we were. All right. Just finished clearing out the room. Yeah, we're gonna switch back to that that PC-88 version. Yeah, I like this. I like this more in this area. I like this one more. Even though I do like the Oath arrangement. Well, hold on. Let me see something here. Oh no, I can't do anything about that. Yeah, I need like some kind of a boost jump or a double jump or something. Oh wow, I think I could probably pull that off. Maybe. Maybe. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, so I need to go up here then. Okay. What? Oh, wow. That whole area under there is obscured by... Oh no, you're not wrong. I mean, like, I generally had more of a Nintendo bias than a Sega one. But the synths on the synth stuff on the Yamaha chip in the Genesis. Whew. Of course, there were always exceptions because, I mean, you know, there's been some really good, like, synth-based stuff on the SNES chip that played to that system's advantages, and some really good orchestral stuff on the Genesis. Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. That's exactly what the like playing to its strengths. But then you listen to like stuff like some of the late game songs in Secret of Mana, and oh, like especially the stuff at the last, like that last area, like that heavy percussive stuff. That was just fantastic. But, oh gosh. But I mean, even like, what is it? Like Phantasy Star had some very, like, you know, big sounding stuff that wasn't really that synthy. Especially when you get into like 4 and even like 3. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I like how like, in terms of, like, when, you know, there was a, you know, the marked difference for a lot of folks with the Super NES chip was when they first turned on ActRaiser. And that opening, it was like nothing anybody had ever heard on a console before.
I speak to thee of a being who came from beyond the sea and defiled this land.
Really?
We must pray for its erasure from this world, so that future generations may know true peace. With vortices of purest malice, it twists the living into monsters most vile and deranged. Its inhuman powers are enough to subjugate even the lords of the spirit world. Indeed, the mightiest of them turned to dust in its wake, leaving Felghana to rot.
Oh no, I mean like the title screen. The title screen for ActRaiser is just so. That title theme's so good, but yeah, that's good too.
Galbalan. I am Genos. I am a warrior from the west, brought here through divine providence. I sought to sever the devil's grasp on this land, but my sword could only divide it and seal it within the holy treasures. Yet even now, the machinations of the wicked threaten to reunify those heinous remnants. Swordsman, thou art to be my successor,
Cool.
I grant thee a measure of my strength.
And once again, that's, Yuzo Kojiro's work. Who, also did a lot with Falcom and went on to, maximize, I think it's great that Yuzo did that ActRaiser score. Just immediately knocked it out of the park on the Super NES. Just, set a standard immediately at launch. Then went and did, all that stuff for the Genesis. Streets of Rage and, basically, the entire Bare Knuckles series. And a number of other things over there. But, just... great stuff.
Adol's body began overflowing with a newfound strength. Adol gained the double jump ability.
He still is an actual genius. He did the, he does the music for Etrian Odyssey now, too. And he's doing, he's been showing off, new arrangements of his Etrian music. And I don't know if you saw anything about this, but he's got Ancient making a new Mega Drive shoot 'em up that he's doing the music for. Brand new Mega Drive game. Double jumping. Yeah. Good.
The treasures number 4 in total. 2 lie herein. 1 lies amidst hellish brimstone. And the last sits high atop a mountain.
Okay, so there's a second one here.
Thou must make haste, swordsman. The resurrection is nigh.
Got it.
Suddenly, Adol's surroundings became deathly quiet. Then the mysterious voice could be heard no longer.
Hey! Awesome. Awesome. Double jumping. Double jumping. Oh, yeah. I mean, Watermelon might be a mess. might be run like a complete mess, but yeah, they at least have Pure Solar to claim. They can always be proud of that. There we go. Am I gonna get a statue to say that? Yeah. I mean, the same thing with the Master System and the MSX as well. I mean, those had a lot of, those had a lot of longevity in Brazil as well. And I mean, the other thing with Brazil is like the indie game scene over the last 15 years has all been influenced by that stuff. I mean, you look at stuff like Elveran that I was playing back on Tuesday, Unsighted, oh gosh, what, Blazing Chrome, Dendara. I mean, yeah. Just really awesome stuff. 25 more ore! Well, the other thing is, now I can... Good, we got another level. I think these laser things might be a gold mine for me. However, whoa. Nope. Jeez. You know, if these things actually hurt me as much as they think they are, I'd be in real trouble. Yeah. All right. No. I mean, this is good experience, but still, I'm not trying to do this right now. Oh yeah, Chroma Squad and the pen and paper games. Those are really good. Odolus is also really excellent as well. It's from the same folks that made Blazing Chrome. Alright, hold on. I gotta figure out this jump here. No. Well. Yeah, I'll probably just go this way. And see how far I get. But I'm gonna have to get across that eventually. I don't know, platforming in this, especially long jump platforming, can be in this engine in particular can be kind of a mess. What is this? More ore. Ooh, wow. In all the rocks. 119 rocks. See, I have to get across that. There's nothing else there. Ugh. No, what I gotta do... What I gotta do is this. Hold on a second. There we go, that's what I have to do. Basically, I have to make one jump, then do the spin, then jump again. There we go. That's it. I probably had to do the same thing on the other side, too. Level. Oh, come on now. There we go. Stay out of my way, y'all. Oh my. Okay. I'm getting so much ore. I'm getting so many pieces of ore. Here. Okay, alright. Which, I'm glad about that. I just want to find the statue, though. Well... I might have to warp out. Oh wait, here we go. Here we go, finally. Alright. Okay, well, let me try this boss before anything. Because I know there's a boss up here. It's you. Well. Got him. Okay. And the statue. Fire the darkness statue. Right, there is so much that I need to do in here with regards to extra treasures. But, yeah. We did it. Alright. So this is where I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna continue from right here next time. Next Friday? Next Friday night? Yeah.